Sucks that I got disarmed. Probably did her, even though I Crimson Filed that. I'm getting you off, I'm fine. Really awkward that he pre-disarmed my dance there, but... Well, we won 6-0, 2 lobbies in a row. My YouTube wasn't properly going, just Twitch, so that's kind of annoying, but I had to restart the YouTube. I mean, I think they're hitting kind of hard. It's just certain things are overtuned, but I think the mindset of just nerfing everything makes the game too slow-paced. And the slower paced the game is, the less skill it requires if you just don't get punished for doing dumb shit. Time to kill should be pretty fast. Give this crit. Not sure how I didn't fit sepsis in that open. I think it's just because like they trinketed and I got peeled, but I still should have forced it, I think. Right now it's really low because I dropped a bunch of like 20% mastery just to test more Versa. And I'm not playing like the Swifty one-shot clunkier builds. I'm just playing the normal Rupture Pad everything build. This guy's gonna show me the 2.5 mil tech apparently. No flag, no T. Playing Trickster. But he's pre-coup de grace and he's gonna do a cold blood coup de grace. Yeah, that's too clunky to work against like anyone with the brain. But yeah, I was getting like some 3 mil cold blood coup de grace. But it just bugs out too much and you're CCing yourself, so sometimes you end up gapping your stuns. And sometimes you just get micro CC'd and it just cancels it out too. And you're like, well, I just tried to set that up for like 2 years. Discs are the only kind of healer that can compete with Dragon. That and Druid, but Dragon is the best healer by far. But Disc is good. Yeah, I need to fly back out there. I forgot. He was gonna show me something. ADD. Yeah, he's doing cold blood coup de grace. That's what I figured, but oh, he is pre-flagging it. Okay. I mean, for a flag and pre-coup de grace and cold blood, that's basically the same speed as any other build would do, and no bargain. You give up way too much utility and sustained damage. That's not worth. Sounds good, yeah. You guys playing Asa? Might be actually dead here. Sucks. Giving him the opener without playing OP Cloak is kind of hard. To also just not trinket it and be greedy. It's like 4 levels of handicap right there. To just not trinket his fucking go while giving him the opener. And not just playing OP Cloak and just countering it. Outlaw damage isn't that impressive. Maybe it'll get buffed though. Or sub will just get nerfed enough that Outlaw will be the only way to like kind of do any damage. I don't know what you're asking, Balkan. He was trying like a cold blood coup de grace with flag, which that does do like a 3 mil coup de grace, but yeah, it's too clunky. Unless you're just like smurfing and you want like to go full Palomore cast sequence macro mode or something, but weird. With 87 mastery and 67 mastery, I don't really feel a difference. Kind of weird. Like actually playing more Versa. How like 5% Versa can feel like 20% mastery. I don't know. It's not even that there's just more piss modifiers like Deathstalker Mark and auto attack and hunt them down and clear the witness and corrupt blood, I guess, but even then, not really. Because Blade still benefits from mastery because it's a percentage of what the buttons do. So if your Vis and Secret do more, then Blades will do more. I don't know. Coup de Grace, same GCD as Dispatch of Vis. Make Restless Blades work off it would make it overtuned. If Restless Blades worked with it, yeah, it'd be probably overtuned. It would still be more fun though than the Fatebound, just because Fatebound's more RNG. I only think Fatebound could be fun for Asa for the double step thing, but like double grapple isn't that fun. I mean, I guess grapple kidney grapple back might be funny, but How you doing, Flip? Yeah, sub's doing good actually. I think it's like low S. There's only a couple specs in the game that are better. Frost, Fury, LE, DK. That's about it. Maybe Feral, but not like Feral, you know. But we're still in like the run-in, you know. Does it just do nothing for Outlaw? I've never seen anyone play Trickster Outlaw, to be honest. The main problem with Trickster is just like it bugs out, you end up CCing yourself, and then Nimble breaks all the CC. Yeah, that sounds really clunky. As I feel a little clunkier, like being forced to tunnel vision more to like finish your marks before you swap around, but the damage is a lot less behind than it was in Dragonflight. And the overall game's a little faster paced right now, but they'll probably slow it down. I shouldn't have swapped Feral there yet, because I still had my death mark going. Like, skirms are obviously really, really one-sided, because there's like no MMR. Most people don't have add-ons, most people didn't like even try to gear themselves correctly. When there's like no MMR, it's just a gigantic skill gap usually. It's really rare you fight like someone that's good in a skirm. But it's something to do in between duels and shuffle queues, you know. I don't know if Blitz is going to be that popular, to be honest. Just because, like, it'll be fun for, like, clickbait for, like, people to, like, make some content for a couple weeks, but it's infinitely harder to balance. Like, one team is gonna have, like, Rogue, Warrior, Hunter, and the other team's gonna be, like, DK, Ellie, Boomkin, you know, and just win the tab dot fight. Or, like, Ellie, you know. Unless you, like, actually make a certain comp around, like, certain types of range and stuff. It's impossible to balance. Sucks, I popped every CD here. Rest in peace, my Shadow Blades. You will be missed. Affliction is just by far the best. It's weird because like all the old school real PvP specs are by far the best of their class, except for Warrior. Affliction is back to being the best Warlock. Sub is the best Rogue. Frost is the best Mage. And then randomly, Fury is just better than Arms. It's like the only outlier. Unholy DK is better than Frost DK, like usual. Dragon is by far the only healer. Second place is like Disc or Druid. Most people say Disc, and then third place is probably Druid. And then the others are pretty terrible. Holy Priest is really bad. Monk's really bad. Like, if there was a gun to my head, fourth would probably be Shaman, I think. But it's such a big gap from, like, the top three. It's not even close. Like, Dragon is by far the best. It's not even close. Shaman's just really bad in Shuffle. That's true, too. I know Sea-Doo was putting Shaman above Druid. He's usually not, like... that brag level of bias, you know. He doesn't have like the humble bias, where he just like like negative biases against himself. I don't feel like he does that. Gonna duel to get the whole zoo off me. Oh, the Windwalker's coming in. Rude. Get a resap real quick and then kill this guy. Bomb to get a restealth and half sap him and then mount up across the map. Oh, I'm not gonna get the mount. Going for the mount is way too greedy. I wanted to get a shiv there on the step, but I get a re in like 2 no dots and then we're chilling. He's gonna rop the re though. I get stuck in combat with nothing. He yank caps me, I'll trinket this. We're chilling. I have no steps or anything to get out of here though. I need to get a re and sap him somehow, but the pets hit me. Nice, he knocks me back while I'm running away. Love to see it. I think I'm fine. I love how I wasted images on air. Skirms are great. Great match quality. He leaves? Nah, I'm queuing skirms. It's just teammate didn't join. Because it's like something to do between shuffles. So have you tried like full mastery, by the way, Cal? I know like everyone is too lazy to do like good crafted gear. Like you don't have like what is considered bisque gear, neither does like Waz and you know most people that have played. And yet I feel like maybe the Versa is better. I took some of the extra Versa off, or the extra mastery off, and I feel like I'm doing more damn right now. In like a skirm environment like that, not much, but in like an actual 3v3 shuffle game, it's a lot more usually. It's usually the majority of your day. The Quandary, nice. The DK Zoo almost got me, man. Crit loses damage or value. Well, the problem is like you get a guaranteed crit from Darkest Night. And then some builds even play Rotten where you get even more guaranteed crits. Like you're just playing entirely around Darkest Night anyway. But it's still good. It's good for the secret tech to crit. Like crit would still be valuable later in an expansion. Like if you're like avoiding like 20-30% stat DR. And you wanted to like spread your stats out a little bit and get like 25-30% crit or something, but like it's not that terrible to get like crit on like PvP weapons if you can't craft PvE ones, or like getting crit on your tier set. It's like not the end of the world. And you get my sepsis off there, feels bad. Marksman is really, really good. Survival, I think it AoE breaks CC too much. It doesn't seem that great either on damage. Marksman is really good though. Like they made Hunter immortal, unless you like really, really fuck up. Karma into Celestial interaction. I didn't even realize that. That was really awkward. My stacks are still on the rogue, and he's just solo in the warrior. I should have just committed to switching, but I didn't want to. I'm lazy. Hey, you can go over to Westfall if you find if we're on the same layer. He's just testing my Omnibar changes because he wants to see if it works. So yeah, Kidney has 2 seconds left and kicks off CD. It only bugs out with blades, like I said. Because if you vanish during blades or whatever, when you come out of blades, it like resets the CD. But that's like a problem with like the built-in Omnibar, like even without the changes I made it and put in my Discord. So like if I like blades and then vanish out, it'll go to like a minute, and then as soon as I come out of the vanish, it'll go back to 136. Because for whatever reason, it just sees the buff again for the first time and resets the timer, even in like the base version. So it's not gonna be accurate for blades or evasion or like any type of buff. if you're vanishing during it. But it's still worth it to put it in there because my thing isn't what's causing that other issue. And worst case, if they vanish without blades already being up, like if they vanish after the blades is over, then it does cooldown reduction it properly at least, but it is what it is. This monk wants to show me some interaction. He was saying karma. Do I have to nuke into the karma for it? Oh no, he's just saying celestial procs the karma. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think that's intended. You're karmaing aggro for that, and I could still like OP clip your karma off. It's weird that it doesn't like make it a karma debuff though. Are you sure that's not just like the celestial one-shotting me itself? I don't really have a healer right now for it. It's pretty dragonflighty, but your rotation's a little different and it's a little faster paced. You didn't gain any new abilities and your CC is even more nerfed. But your damage numbers are higher, I guess. In comparison to like other classes. You're still last on damage, but it doesn't feel like you're getting double or tripled. You just kind of feel like you're 10 million behind. Like maybe across a whole lobby compared to like the top specs like mage or warrior or DK or something or an LE, you might be like 100 million behind out of like 6 rounds, but if you have like one really bad round, but it's pretty rare. Nah, I don't use echoing or Gormal. I've tried some Kyrian builds, but I don't think it's that great. I should have just gone Shaman. I mean, the other type of one-shot build you can kind of do. But I think Sepsis build is probably better, unless, like, you're smurfing really hard. I don't know, I keep going back and forth, because sometimes it feels like the Rupture doesn't benefit that much from this build. But with more Versa, I feel it more, I guess. With, like, full mastery, maybe not, but... But yeah, you could go drop Sepsis, which even though Sepsis can do like 800k, and you could drop Deeper Dagger, even though this is really good, and you can go Flag, and then you can get rid of the 30% shatter damage to modifier 1 Eviscerate. And then you can pre-flag into like a symbolic flag finality gigantic Abyss. but it's a lot clunkier. The main thing that kind of sucks is with Deathstalker and Trickster alike is you basically don't open with stuns anymore. You have to open with Shadow Strike to get your hero talents started. But it was already good to do that in Dragonflight anyway, because it let the enemy team outplay themselves. Thinking that they're like outplaying you, and like, oh, the rogue came out, I got him out, even though you like Shadow Strike, and then they just Stormbolt, Disarm, Fear you, even at like a rank 1 level. And it's like, okay, I didn't dance, I didn't press any buttons here, you know, I'll be on DR for free. So it just sucks that there's a little bit less options, but I mean, you can kind of make up for it sometimes with pre-med, where you can like sap one guy, off cheap shot the other DPS, and then like step kidney the kill target, and then like Shadow Strike. Shadow Priests are really good. I would still put them in S, like low S. They're kind of sub-roguey. Like they're not a Frost Mage or an Ellie Shaman, but they're probably maybe better than an Aflock, which is also good. Like they're like bottom of like top, you know, casters, but they're good. Problem is they just get countered by warriors, and warriors are god mode. But Mage Shadow Priest together, you know, Mage counters warriors, so I'm sure God Comp would be really good. So like I would ideally want to swap Mage here, but I can't because of Deathstalker marks. I had to do 2 more finishers. He's just soloing the Mage. I wanted to win the race instead of swapping, but... Oh, pre-med is insane. You can't play without pre-med. It's basically a mini Blades even when you're not bladesing. Because you can do like opening or vanish pre-med into like kidney, into like 1 global, into the first dance, fills your combo points, and gives you another pre-med. So it could be like pre-med, the first dance, into another pre-med, and you just get like 3 finishers off that. Because you could do like Shadow Strike, Kidney, Shadow Strike, Dance, Rupture, Shadow Strike, you know, Secret, into like restuns or something. On like a non-Blades go, like late game. And basically have a mini Blades. Because you get 2 pre-meds and a first dance. If you actually pad first dance and like don't overlap it with things. Since you have like 6-second subterfuge anyway. Alright, we're DFA in this guy's Fear first global, ready? Boom. Oh, he didn't do it. All of his CDs, so we're just gonna cloak. Disperse. Bandage so he cancels disperse to stop me. But yeah, see there, like first dance into double pre-med, I just got like 3 finishers from that. Gotta play would be very viable. I think so too, yeah. And God Comp. Oh, is that Raikou on SP? That's funny. We're not gonna do my big Abyss crit into Disperse, so we swap. Get Karma. Got another Abyss crit to just kill the monk. Oh. Teammate kills him before I can. I mean, the problem mostly with Warrior is just like AoE Zerker Shout and a bunch of other lame stuff. Who's this? Another SP, okay. It didn't let me dance there, so I just did a 2-point kidney. I don't know why my dance was on CD. I got 2 Abyss crits in a row there because I killed the Siphene with Shadow Strike. Still probably dead here though. Fine. I actually faded my blind on accident. Unfortunate. It's a good fake. Hopefully I don't die on this before it breaks the dam. It might though. If it just doesn't break on dam. Big Abyss crit. Did fuck all damage. Yeah, basically 1.5 minute trinket and extra secondary stats. But the secondary stats is more of a end of expansion season 4 thing. So yeah, it's mostly just 90-second trinket, but I think a lot of times if you intend on playing any outlaw or Asa, Night Elf is better. And in general, Night Elf can be more fun too because it's not a passive. So you can like do more montagey plays, you know, immuning some storm bolts and coils and stuff like that. And it's an extra whole subterfuge window to just peel or get off a nullifying off of a dragon or just get another pre-med. Like it's just higher quality of life. Human is just if you want to sub v sub NV against other rogues to be able to like trinket blades peel it more or like if you go orc or human, it's just because you want to have a leg up in sub rogue versus sub rogue because other people are also orc or human. I would say generally orc is more annoying than human, but sometimes you also don't want to look like an orc because sometimes JMorph's not updated, Nah, orc is not smooth. Yeah, that's been a bug since Dragonflight. Just gotta be like a little slower with it. Can't like meld BTE too fast. You also could put like cancel aura meld in your BTE, but it doesn't always help. Generally Astaroog is the easiest. But I would just learn sub. It's gonna be the best, I think. Hopefully. Copium. It's right here. Didn't get the duel I wanted. Wait, not nice. DR, we're chilling. Need to do one more finisher before I get swapped back to Rogue. He gets bopped anyway. I guess I'm committed to Pally. I don't know what this demo lock is, just RP yelling every global. I'm guessing it's Devil May Cry stuff because he's typing demon time. But then he was also spamming, "You need a teacher" with an exclamation mark. Like 5 times. I don't know what character says that, but... Guys, a Giga Chad. What do you do? I mean, I'm not playing the work either way. Sometimes it's fun to like turn your brain off and J-morph to a male orc. It makes you play 10 times stupider, and that means makes you win games. You just turn your brain off and go like full Nesper PvE mode. It does work sometimes. It's like putting blinders on a horse. Your PvE rotation goes up 20%. You just go full Vive and you just jump on him. No more tier? No. If you're gonna play any other spec but sub, you mandatory have to play Night Elf. It's not, it's just mandatory. If you are playing purely sub, and you're a diehard sub purist, you can play human or orc in addition to playing Night Elf. But if you want like flexibility, just play Night Elf. I spammed duel there. That was rigged. I don't think you needed to ever go dwarf. Unless you're more scared of Feral. Because, like, you already can just counter Asa with so many other bleed removals in the game, like Dragon. But don't put your trinket on CD. They'll also like bait your trinket too, and then just and they'll still deathmark you as a dwarf as soon as you trinket. You'll be like, oh, I trinketed this smoke bomb that I'm dying in, and then boom, deathmark. Doesn't actually always solve the problem. Should have dueled to not get seduced in the opener, but it was on CD from the arena. What's that? I don't know why my dance is on cooldown. I was pressing dance kidney there with the first dance. And my dance was on CD for like 8, even though I had dance charges. That's so weird. It's like the second duel that's happened now. Did it not take the Q? There we go. Yeah, you have to play upper hand as Outlaw. It's part of how you just get permanent Adrenaline Rush. That's the whole point of Outlaw. That's why you need Night Elf so bad. Dark Iron Dwarf? Nah. Don't try to be cool, man. Just play Night Elf. And then if you're a sub-rogue purist and you don't intend on playing any Asa and Outlaw whatsoever, then you can play Orc or Human. But you could also probably still play Night Elf. Don't have to be some hipster, you know, Void Elf, you know. It's not worth it, man. Just be a meta slave like everyone else. There's not any, you know, creativity. Or your quality of life will just be lower. It's not going to be the reason you lose a game every single game, but... the game will definitely be slightly more annoying, so you might as well just play it correctly. Can some people make it work regardless, even if like racials weren't in the game? Obviously, but it doesn't mean you intentionally handicap yourself. I don't have evasion for that, unlucky. But you can evasion the Colt here and punch. Building my death marker stacks. Okay, he's down to 1 stack. I gotta just kill here. Line that. That's awkward. This haunt might just kill me. Davis crit. 3T Davis. I'm always back and forth on that conundrum where I'm like, racials shouldn't matter because Orc is dog shit for the game. And Night Elf is pretty toxic too. It shouldn't drop combat. It's too good for Druid and for Rogue. It should just be an outplay immune for CC. But then on the same front, I'm like, the game would be worse off if you couldn't meld the Unicoil. It's just fun to be Neelio. Or the game would be worse if you couldn't like Blood Elf off an Altar Time or Blood Elf kick like an Aura Mastery or something. Or Blood, you know. Or Gnome out of a Root Beam or Void Elf out of a Root Beam / you know, kick someone because you like Void Elf'd over them while you were rooted and then they weren't expecting it. Or like Void Elf fake someone off the edge of Blade's Edge, jump down, they follow you, and then you port back up with it. Like, little stuff like that adds flavor. It's just 99.999% of the time, Human and Orc and Night Elf are better. For every single class. And that ruins, like, the kind of, you know, niche of, oh, I like War Stomp, or oh, I like this. And I think if Night Elf didn't drop combat and Orc only gave you the stun reduction during like actually Blood Furying and you didn't macro it in and you had to like pre-Blood Fury the stun or something, it'd be cool. Because they're never gonna let you pick your own racial. Like, they're never gonna do that kind of stuff. But it's like, how would you add racials to be healthy? Besides just deleting them. Don't know why we're sheeping the Devoker, but okay. Dude, this guy just sheeps whatever target I'm on. It's crazy. Big Abyss crit. Pretty cheap Celestial Conduit. How many more stacks do I have on the dragon? 2? Probably should finish it then. Quick Eternity. Guess we go dragon. I have a duel, but I don't really have any damage. Might just duel Monk for CC. Do a Kidney. Actually, I don't have Kidney for 4 still. The Druid stuns him for me. Okay. Kill Totem of Wrath. Kidney that. Flies my Kidney. I don't like putting both DPS on DR here, but it makes it harder to swap him later, but probably dead here. I got nothing to save the mage. God, this mage is heavy. I mean, I did the lowest dam, but like I was just sheeping everyone I was on the whole game. Like it was like really obvious. They're like stunned twice in a row, and I'm like hitting them, and they're dotted, and he's just like, oh, I'm gonna poly this guy. Did that to me like 3 times. Like I swear he was just griefing me. I mean, we 6-0'd the last two lobbies before this one. I think it's pretty good in Shuffle. Just a bad round, they happen. Because everyone plays Shuffle really, really bad. A really, really RNG bracket sometimes. Not sure how getting Earth Grabbed out didn't give me subterfuge, or did I just walk up not in stealth? Wasn't paying that much attention. Gotta be triple sheeped on this. Big of this crit. Big kidney in a sec. Oh, that rescue away kind of sucks. I left the gap. I think he still dies though. Oh, I shouldn't have defensively dueled here. Might be dead soon. The blind mage in one. I'm still just dead to air. That sucks. If I didn't duel, I think the dragon could have helped me kill the druid. I just knew he was healthy with the Iron Bark. It was kind of just a defensive duel. I wanted to defensively duel when he tranked, but you can't duel into trank apparently. It wasn't letting me. I've been to some people, but yeah, it depends. Depends how toxic they are to me, and you know. I definitely get way more annoying when I play Classic. Classic's a much more ego-based game. Retail, it's hard to have an ego when you're just doing a PV rotation sometimes. It's kind of bad because I didn't proc my Deathstalker mark with Shadow Strike first. Probably doing like a cheap shot swap like that's kind of hard to do. Got all of our marks though, now we can go to Shaman. Kill a Totem of Wrath real quick because no one else will. One more finisher and then I have the crit. Go on the Dragon or the Druid. Tap Druid off that. Dragon it is. Oh, never mind, he broke it. Need him out of form though, big crit. Got Trinket and Trank, huge. Got the grounding for the mage. Stun the Fire Breath, slow those off. YOLO Bomb. Down he goes. I just triggered to gouge. Madman. I wanted to go Shaman here, it's awkward though. I have blades for the next go. On myself defensively because Ellie's soloing me. Oh, I almost had the sap there. It turned it into a repoly. I have blades everything though. Just got knocked into a rescue. Ping ponged all over the place. Might sap out of that if I'm lucky. And they break it immediately, of course. Free wall. I've been holding on to my CDs all game, man. Everyone just keeps getting cloned low more than they need to. Duel, because he's going to get life cocooned otherwise that global. Stunned his Trinket, he doesn't burrow. Insane greed. I mean, I'm not tracking it, maybe he didn't have it. Mage going to rail me here. Dying through Ironbark. On the Trinket. Blocks off my Deathstalker marks. Gonna set me back a lot actually. probably dead here.
Yeah.
This is a hard lobby. Shouldn't be, but I mean, I guess like this should just be a 6-0 for the LE. I don't know how he lost around. I guess we won one of the Rogue Mage rounds. So I guess it should be a 4-win for the LE, because the RMP should beat the LE, I guess, twice. It's just the Mage griefed me once. In peace, my blades. We'll just appeal for meta, I guess. Actually got the life cocoon off there. I was trying to blind before it. Might still sap out of it if I'm lucky. Never lucky. It's really awkward that I danced for the off-cheap shot there. I didn't think the dragon would kite me. Can't get this fist weaver off me, man. Hopefully the micro gouge actually seals the deal. Nice. I wouldn't say much harder. It's sub rotation has been a lot easier the last couple expansions. It just usually doesn't have the damage to like PvE at the highest like tournament level, because that's kind of what the highest level gameplay is nowadays. It's just like Mythic Plus dungeon. Or just being immortal and doing more scoreboard damage means you have like a better mana lead and like 60% dampening. Yeah, sub's really fun though. It's just kind of weird how much pre-med and blades just give you infinity combo points. It kind of makes the point of builders and energy management feel weird, especially with like T and like 200 energy and stuff too. You just have infinite energy and you're just mashing builder spender, builder spender. There's no like builder spender. Like I think the whole 7 combo point precedent has kind of been stupid for the last multiple expansions. Like it made sense having to do multiple different types of builders and like, you know, actually have combos, which is what combo points entails, you know. Zero Flux, thank you so much, man. The 22. Appreciate you. First of the day. So I'm currently the strongest. Of the rogue specs, yeah. There's a couple specs that are better than rogue, though, but yeah. Mage is really broken, mainly Frost. Fury Warrior is probably one of the best specs in the entire game. DK and Ellie are still broken. DH is pretty sleeper. Feral is really, really good, too. Like, some people even think better than Rogue. Shadow Priest is really good. Like, I would put Rogue better than Shadow Priest, though. Can't tell if Feral is better than Rogue, but they're, like, almost tied. Like, Feral is really, really good. You're only gonna have, like, a bad time if you're, like, a Holy Priest or an Enhancement Shaman. Or, like, a Destro Lock, I think. Or Demo Lock, even. Like, Affliction is the Warlock spec, and Affliction isn't as good as Mage or Ellie, either. I haven't really looked into Windwalker to know what they're playing, to be honest. I've only played like a little bit of Rogue, Mage, and Feral. Still like debating what my fourth ult is gonna be. Let me go grab a snack real quick while I'm in queue, though. Think Windwalker's unkillable in Shuffle? I mean, they're pretty annoying to kill, yeah. I just think in like coordinated threes, you can kind of have more bursty comps that aren't as rot. Or you can actually consistently, you know, play with a mage that has burst. Instead of adapting to all these like tab dot matchups every game. I would say sub is the best, then outlaw and Asa. Sub is like low to mid S, only a couple specs are better than it. And then outlaw's like high A. And then Asa is like middle of A. but none of them are like not viable. Like acid does the most damage, but it's the most clunky. And then outlaw just has too much RNG, and it doesn't have any burst in any situation ever. But if they nerf sub into the ground, then we'll probably just end up having to play outlaw if we want to have any semblance of CC. Or just Asa if you don't really care about CC. Or just play a different class at that point, but I only really enjoy playing sub nowadays, to be honest. I think I used to enjoy outlaw a lot, but I got so bored of it now. And Asa is really not fun. What happened? Nothing. They were just saying if sub got nerfed into the ground, would I play basically? Like Asa, like if I would go to outlaw or go to Asa, but like I don't really enjoy outlaw or Asa at all. I'd rather just play different classes. Like Feral is really fun, especially now that they got rid of the have to clone for frenzy. Like FMP lately has like since Dragonflight has been more fun and more RMP like than RMP is. It's like playing like a 10-minute outlaw arcane, just peeling, waiting for dampening isn't really RMP. But hopefully sub stays, you know, the best rogue spec, and that rogue stays viable. That'd be cool. Because you actually feel way more rewarded for your effort. Like actually thinking about how you want to do your CC and stuff. Outlaw is literally just have high uptime, be immortal. And Asa is just tab dot everyone. Spam AoE. That's what made me tolerate Dragonflight. Outlaw was like, I can pretend it's sub rogue. Because I'm like trying to CC things. And I have dance. But then they got rid of all the burst that Outlaw had in like going into season 4 from season 3. And it just got 10 times less fun. Because the games were too long, it didn't feel like you like individually carried the games that much. It was just you played well and hopefully you didn't die. And then eventually someone passively died to air like 10 minutes in. There was no, oh, I fucking melded the coil and sapped the guy's trinket and did this and he exploded moment. It's just a, oh nice, that gave us a big mana lead for making a big outplay. No, it's like a dessert, like protein bar. It's like a 300 calorie protein bar. Just need something to time me over for a sec. I had like a late lunch. Big Abyss script. Don't really want to tunnel into Thorns. Want to wait. Also lets my Rupture fall off so I can gouge to live, maybe. I think I die this global, though. Yeah. I had Blades to kill out of that, but... Yeah, there's a lot more fake passive buffs and debuffs. I had to go into Better Blizz frames and, like, blacklist, like, half the buffs in the game that are just, like, redundant, permanently up little modifiers that you could just assume are always there that aren't even purgeable. Like, Mage has, like, 10 of them, almost. Well, hyperbole, like 3 or 4. They have, like, the big brain intellect buff, then they have, like, Frost Mastery, Fire Mastery, and then, like, 3 other little passives. Should have waited to dance for the Abyss crypt, but... Sub's doing good. I'm struggling a bit. We just got out of a pretty bad month, but... And it sucks that Cata is kind of dead right now. At least the beta, like, the viewership's okay, and, like, I get to play with and against, like, a lot of Europeans that I don't get to play with that much, so that makes it interesting, but... I also don't want to, like, burn out on the game playing hundreds of hours a month early before it comes out. But, yeah, people just don't really play Cata till the end of the season. Like, people only play the beginning and end of seasons, because the seasons are too long. So, Cata is struggling right now, and we tanked from, like, 700 subs to, like, 170. We're down, like, 600 subs. It's a little sketchy, you know, but we're figuring things out. Just hope War Within we go back to, like, consistently 300 to 500 viewer Andy without raids. And we have, you know, good arena queues every day. So I don't really want to I still want to play cata a lot too. I hope the end of the season for cata is really good when that happens, and I'm hoping I'm able to play both. Cause I kind of enjoy the class design of cata more still, but with no gear, yeah. I don't know if it'll be that different, to be honest. Now we got Aegis in here. Got two mages. Got Egg and I don't know the other guy. Backstab couldn't kill the capstun. That's awkward. Eating 3 polys. I will be dispelled one day in a shuffle. It will happen. Nice clone. Yeah, Nidal's a safe bet. I don't think they'll ever nerf it. Maybe I jinxed it, but Ironbark, I guess. Got DRs coming up on Druid. I either just do a finisher, finish my Deathstalker marks, and go Druid here. And I just did a 2-point kidney because first dance didn't want to go off. I don't know why my dance didn't work there when I pressed it. Gonna move the cap to me, try to dodge it. I moved it to my teammates. Might just do a shitty blend here. Broke the air. I triggered in one, but I still have my human available for the next stun. Medallion's at 20, but I have human. Ironbarks, I guess I'm going Druid. Kinda sucks I wasted some Deathstalker marks here, but tempted to just cloak this, but not worth. This. Maybe just dying. Blocked at least, but didn't kill the cap because I got incapped. I'll trinket to kick the hex, I guess. I'll duel defensively. He still just dies. Didn't think either of the mages would lose the RMP round. But there's quite a mage damage gap. Because like even when I had the previous RMP round, they were even that round. I don't know. Double DPS in general is can't tell on beta because you can only really play shuffle, but it's never been better than healer DPS ever in WoW. If you care about win rate, but like you can always make it work, even if it's worse, because 2v2 is just like a fur cap bracket that doesn't matter. Because you can't get Glider rank 1 from it anyway. So just don't take too seriously. If you lose because they're playing Death Knight healer and they're immortal and you know you're on a timer to win in 2 goes, it's not really your fault. I don't know why we're just tunneling the mages this much. We need to get on the druid. Look aggro here. Trinket and Trank. Getting cloned off this. I'm just dead here randomly, I guess. Need to step kick that so bad. Nice lasso. Blind releasing my shaman dies this global because we're him. Unless he does crazy self-healing and 77% dampening. I just kept going both mages too much because I wasn't really sure which one had Shimmer and which one had Blink Stun. I should have tested it more by like how I was hitting them and then just tunneled the one that had Shimmer. I thought the enhance would do like cleaner swaps to the healer with me though, but he didn't. That's what I figured like towards the end when I was going him, but I just needed to figure that out sooner, but take a Vis crit. One more finisher and then I can go Shaman. Ashclad. Shaman's Trinket there and I didn't press my blades. That DB might have just saved him. That's good, yeah. We 6-0'd a couple lobbies today. This lobby's not going this hot, though. It should, though. I think it's a 6-0 for the egg, though. It's kind of mage diff in this guy. Should not have switched the stacks. Getting food. It's gonna break the orb though. Three altars. I guess I'm AFK for a bit. Might be dead here actually. It's crit. Didn't even break your shields. Might be dead here. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a 6-0 diff for the egg. There's way too many buffs in the game right now, but I had to literally go into better blues and like blacklist like half the buffs in the game because they're all filler. Like half of them are permanently up the entire game and not purgeable, and they're irrelevant to see. Like almost every talent is just a random little buff. So I had to like blacklist literally like 10 buffs a spec practically to like be able to see the buffs and debuffs well. Got trinket with the blind. Maybe get a half sap. Oh. Alright, run from the double fear. We're gonna get double feared though. Take a vis crit. Duel these heals, JK. Offensively duel the ulti pen. JK, I'm 2 energy starved somehow. I guess I could have teed the ulti because I haven't really been using my tees that much this game. Somehow. Pretty cheap shot because he didn't CC off. I'm dead here. I have cloak in 2 seconds, but I'm dying in micro piss. Try to go step Kenny the healer in like 3. Fix smite. Run back, fake his fade. He's gonna try to fade kidney. Not fading. Okay. I waited literally like 3 globals for him to fade. He's in my head. Pick the lasso. If he trinkets, I just duel if he trinkets. He's gonna try to trinket swap. I need to duel now. Nice. I dueled his trinket swap. I had to do it before the trinket went off. I knew he was gonna trinket like that frame. If he was a little less greedy. I can't like try to react to the trinket itself or else the swap will go off with them like macro together, so I had to like pre-duel his trinket. All good. I just say that every time I'm CC'd in shuffle. It's not like it's not good to dispel like Flame Shock or Frost Bomb and a bunch of random PV things. It just sucks that there's a singular dispel. Eventually I'm just gonna get stuck in like 3 or 4 different routes in a row. Into a sheep, into a resheep, into a resheep. DP, DP. I got his Nova at least. I mean, we got a couple 6-0s today. It's not rough. That's just an annoying lobby. Because Frost Mage is like giga broken. I don't do that much coaching because I stream too much full time. Starting to look for more coaching though, because streaming is getting a little worse for me lately. But hopefully War Within is a good start. It's just the middle of expansions are a lot more droughty. Because every expansion, more and more people leave Arena and become PvE Andes. Pika is like the only like diehard Arena person left that's doing well. And he would do way better just playing any game that's not WoW too. Time to Mythic Plus? Nah, I don't like Mythic Plus. And most people just don't commit to WoW anymore because everyone just doesn't have enough time. Like most people just play the very first month of a patch, and then if they're a diehard PvPer, maybe the last couple weeks of a patch. But like the whole 80% in the middle, 3 months dead zone is always bad. People would rather just go quest and do vanilla hardcore or do SOD or whatever is like the newest thing, you know? There's not much loyalty to Arena. Even if it's what people want to do to have fun, you know? It's awkward. I just double stepped. And didn't even get to him. But even with the multiple sepsis teleports, I still, and double step and vanish shadow strike into another step, I still can't stay on him. It's so dumb how Dragon Ball Z that duel is. I step like 30 times in a row and he blinks like 30 times in a row. Pre-patch event? No one I know that likes Arena has played pre-patch, except for Peekaboo. Because he's just still doing viewer twos. Pre-patch, there's just the armor bug, so it's like really annoying to play melee when everyone just has triple the amount of armor they're supposed to. So your goal is play cata even though it's dead, which you can't, because it's like a 2-hour primetime window, or play the beta. And half the days the beta is just randomly down for no reason. Every other day. So it's pretty hard. But at least the early access comes out Thursday. And I'll get a bunch of characters leveled. That'll be fun. No, I couldn't kick that, but okay. Should have sepsis. I don't know why I double striked there. Someone rage quit already. Well, that was worth the queue time, guys. Will I go full peekaboo and actually play the unplayable pre-patch? I think it'd only be worth it if I just played a bunch of ults. It was just like Ellie shamming around and stuff, but I don't know, that sounds really boring. I've already remade 4 rogues to try to get quicker queues, but it doesn't really help. I even made 2 different beta accounts so I can try to dual box the beta queues. Nah, pre-patch sounds terrible, man. It would just give me so many bad habits too of like not playing around the hero talents. It would ruin the whole point of practicing without it. My brain's fried because no your thoughts. Yeah, it'd be so hard to go back and forth. It would just give you a lot of bad habits. But I get the people that are just like perma pre-patching because they just either don't have beta or they just don't want to burn themselves out. But when there's literally nothing else to do for an entire month and you have to, you know, play to pay rent and you can't just go touch grass and stop playing for a month, might as well just get good while you wait. Because yeah, even when the early access is over and the real game comes out and you finish leveling in the real 26th version or whatever, there's still another 2 weeks until arena starts. So we're looking like at a September 10th is when arena starts, you know. Then we got Contagion. Thank you so much, man, with the 10. Ooh, but my boy SSDS got one. Hell yeah. And it's at 11 for the day. Hey, thank you again so much, Contagion. We gotta actually get some roguelike games going also. Hopefully Roguelike 2's is good. As far as like viewer content goes. Or some games in with Halfyo if he comes back or something. I think he was gonna come back because of Aaron coming back, which is kinda cool, but I think Roguelike is like the only viewer 2's comp I like, generally. Maybe Rogue SP too. I just like Sap and Rogue Dragon. I like sapping out of Fears a bunch. Even if double DPS is just like worse than healer DPS. It's always fun to do it. That's a lot of classes. Hopefully leveling is kind of quick. I heard it was like insanely quick on the beta, but I definitely don't want to do 3 rogues. I think I'm just gonna do 2. And then I want to do Feral and Mage. Some half percent. I've seen it, man. I've gotten like 30-0'd by a haunt before. It's scary. I've keyed to do a few afflictions. Did they buff the particles? I don't think so. This is the elite set though. But I also play on kind of low settings. Back to our mid duel. Oh, I actually blinded into that. Awkward. I was red. It's decent. It's kind of mid, but it's like A tier. It's still a ranged class. It still has a lot of teammate utility for just, being a dampener. I'm sure it'll get overbuffed. I'm sure Ret Hunter will be good. I'm sure Ret Warrior will be good. I don't think it's like OP. It's not like Fury Warrior or Mage. Or DK or Ellie or Feral or Sub or Marksman or Shadow Priest. Like, I would say those are all better. I would say Devoker is probably better too. I would say like that's all of like S tier for DPS. But I'm sure Ret will have some comps. It's not as much of a victim as people are going to be about it. Like, it's not Enhancement Shaman bad. Like, the only spec that's like worse than like B, that's like B or C tier is like Enhance. As a DPS. I can't think of a DPS worse than that. Maybe Fire Mage. Fire Mage is also insanely dog shit. Demo locks? Yeah, I could see that one too. Demo is pretty terrible. Rightfully so though. None of my homies like demo locks. It's good that Affliction's good for once. I do like sub Destro more than I like sub Affliction though. For like threes. Like Dragonflight sub Destro Priest early in the expansion was pretty fun. It's not even about rogue counter. It's like how fun is fighting Demo is literally any comp in the game. Like Demo Shadowplay is the most do nothing AI boring 10-minute game. Where there's no stakes and no interactions. And you can't see anything because there's just 5 billion pets on your screen. Like Demo is just not a PvP spec. Shouldn't be in PvP. Yeah, imagine Demo DK with how many fucking pets DKs have now. Take a Viscrit here. Held the Fiend crit, get another Viscrit. The Ardruid outdamaged the SP getting trained. Unlucky for that guy. Yeah, they got way more pets. They already had a bunch of pets, but yeah, now they have like the 4 horsemen, while they have their big A-bomb, while I think I have Gargoyle back, and they have like their normal ghoul too. It's literally a full-on Stampede Bug Zoo. It's disgusting. And then Boomy's got Trent's back. SP has a lot of more pets and random things all over the screen, and then Fire Mages have the Phoenix, even though they're not viable. Multiple Phoenixes, so like there's just so many more random pets everywhere. I don't think I can win before I have to take the Q. Yeah, without better Blizz frames, I don't know how I would play the beta, because I had to like blacklist like half the buffs in the game. Because every DPS has like 4+ perma random modifier buffs that are up the entire game that aren't even purgeable. So it's like, why do I need to see this? Like even with half the buffs like filtered, there's still too many to kind of see what's happening. I should have gone disarm for the marksman. Oops. Since I don't have disarm, I'm just dual evasioning to peel. Get an AoE rupture over to the hunter. I have another Abyss crit for the shaman in a sec. Maybe I just kidney bomb this guy though, because he's not an earthing. Yeah, go back shaman. Take Abyss. He's just killing the hunter. Hunter's dying in turtle to dots. Love to see it. For some reason I thought this was a shuffle. I was like, how did the round not end even though this guy's dead? Yeah, I don't think you could target the Fire Mage Phoenix, right? Well, we got a shuffle, finally.
Oh, what a game! Gosh, man, these are some of the best games ever. Oh! Oh, what a game!
Somebody good in the pre-patch? Don't play the pre-patch. Everyone has triple or quadruple the armor they're supposed to have, so melee is really bad unless you're like a wizardy melee like Death Knight. But on beta, everyone has like acceptable armor. So it's a playable game. But yeah, the early access. This Windwalker is just rage left twice. That's crazy. Well, that was worth the long queue. Yeah, the early access comes out Thursday. So there's only a couple days left anyway. What's the song? Here you go. Invasion the Druid stunning me. DFA the coil. They accidentally silenced me, they're trolling. Big Abyss crit. Cloak aggro. Restun, hopefully get Trinket Trank here, probably not. This crit. Hellstone, because I'm dying to air. Big Abyss crit. That, he actually fakes me. Maybe dual Druid defensively. And just for CC. He stun clones me on it, but I'll just Trinket. Gets a full fear, I could sap that. Blades releasing. Crazy, they haven't died yet. I wish I could sap that fear so bad. I just don't have a way to. I'll gouge off of it though. Might be just dead here. Death procs. The UA. Gouge off that. Put a stun into a blind and we just die. Crazy. That would have been a good game if I won. I was kind of topping damage against Shadow Play, which is kind of funny somehow, because no one really is doing their rotation right except for me, but... I don't think they nerfed Cheap Shot, did they? They only nerfed Gouge and Kidney. And the damage and the self-healing. The 40% guaranteed to Vis crit nerf, this was the biggest change. 41% nerf, from 60 to 19. That was a huge change. And then, this got nerfed by 20% in PvP also, unlike the Shadow Strike modifier. And then, yeah, Gouge is 3 seconds and a longer CD, and Kidney is 30 seconds. I was just playing DFA for fun, to like immune Death Coil and like as a gap closer. I don't always play it. Usually I'm playing Smoke Bomb or Disarm. I've tried Trickster. There's like a couple cheese builds you can do with it, where you try to like cold blood a Trickster coup de grace, and it makes it do like 2 mil or more even. And you either drop T or like 7 combo point for it, but it's just too clunky. And then Nimble Flurry or whatever breaks CC. Deathstalker can also break CC because of the singular focus. So if you have the death mark on the healer and then you swap someone else, doing anything, even an auto attack, will like go to your death mark and break it. Corrupted Blood used to not always get removed, but I feel like it does now every time I blind or sheep, so. It's awkward because I had to dance that off, but. Not the best duel from me. S is A tier. I think sub is probably the strongest of the 3 rogue specs. But it's not like the best spec in the game like people cry about. I would say Frostmage is better, Fury is better, DK and Ellie are better. Feral may or may not be better, it's kind of tied. And then it's probably sub rogue. If you could remove button bloat from sub, how would you do it? I think all the Covenant abilities need to just go. You could put 7 combo points where Kyrian is. And then I think T is bad for the game too. And I think symbols of death could just get deleted too. And then DFA could be like baseline. And Secret Tech needs to like smart AoE and not break CC. And then I would also maybe make Gouge just not break to your own bleeds. Like the Dirty Tricks slash Sanguine Veins like cata passive and Mop passive. Yeah, if you had like more finishers to choose between, in between all the rupture padding, that would help a lot. Especially if you had more builders too, like if you had to like keep up Hemo or something. Or if rupture was a damage modifier. It's just there's too many like passive modifiers that you macro together. It's not that impactful to hit symbols, it's not that impactful to hit T. They're just like fake APM buttons to make it look like you're playing fast. You just have multiple off global things that noobs either overly macro them together and waste them, or, you know, are really slow at using them correctly. Play Asset Affliction? Maybe. It depends how much Warriors counter SPN lock. I don't know, Symbols is weird. Because, like, it sucks to have to take Shrouded in Darkness to take Swift Death. Because you can't even use AoE Stealth in Arena anyway. So there's just a dead talent that you have to take. But in general, I don't think I get that much enjoyment out of pressing Symbols. Like, maybe when it had like more interactions with it. Like, I guess with like Rotten it's okay to be in the game. And then I guess when it used to have its own little baseline crit one time, it was okay. And I guess certain tier sets can interact well with it. So I guess Symbols, you know. But I think in general, it's kind of a fake button. Because all those kind of things could just be moved into a different kind of version of Shadow Blades. It's just, Symbols is not usually satisfying to press. It's just, you know, macroed into your on use or your T or, you know. I mean, ideally, I always want as many buttons as possible, like actual utility buttons that are like interactive and back and forth. Not like, oh, I put 3 offensive buttons in the Swifty macro kind of thing, you know? But then you still want to have them bounce separately, too. Or there might be a go where you just want to only Symbols and not T, you know, kind of thing, but... I think sub might be the rogue spec for most comps. I don't know how. It would depend on what you're fighting, though. Like, Asa Affliction obviously is going to AoE bang some comps way harder than Sub Affliction would. Because even, like, Sub and whatever healer you're playing is probably perma-dotting everyone, so you can't even sap out of fears anyway. For Sub Affliction. I mean, I was doing pretty good damn that game. I was double everyone's damn, but it was like an unranked skirmish, so. Usually I'm usually last on damn, but. I mean, 1 mil is kind of the standard big crit. Like, there's a couple specs that can do some, like, multi-mil burst, but they're kind of outliers that are gonna get nerfed. Like, Feral can get, like, a 2 to 4 million bite sometimes, and, like, 30, 40 someone, but... Ice Lance hitting as hard as Eviscerate is pretty stupid, for sure. But that's just, like, Frost being overtuned. But I'd rather they, like, buff the things that are weak than just try to nerf everyone. The game should be faster paced, for sure. Eviscerate, he's dying in fears. Killing him through Ironbark. Eviscerate from killing the Observer. On his Trinket. Duel him now because he has no hot still. Secret Tech even though I have no modifiers. Pick that. Do a good Nate. Rogue is like S tier, I think, right now. It's good. I don't know, the numbers change a lot every other day. Even though they're like not doing patch notes. Like, I don't know. For whatever reason, playing like way more Versa feels the same amount of Evis damage as playing like 87% mastery. I don't know if mastery is like bugged or something, but yeah, it's a little more clunky with how you have to play around the hero talents. Like, you don't open with stuns usually, and like sometimes you kind of have to like chase someone to get another finisher off before you're allowed to swap, and you just get kited brutally for it, but because you don't want to like start your death mark over. And the CC is more nerfed, but your damage is definitely a lot better than it was in Dragonflight. I was asked, that's like A tier. The kidney nerf hurt it a little more. It's still kind of really feast or famine of like how many bleed removals the enemy team has, and if people are like stacking to let you AoE them the whole game. So it's kind of just really Q snipey, Q dodgy, too squishy for shuffle to like play Asa. Or like it does way more damage than sub, but it's not as consistent. It's looking good at Windwalker, or I'm guessing you're saying War Within and not Windwalker. Thank you for the raid markers. Sorry to be ruining your Convoke testing. I've just been wanting to get a shuffle for so long, man. But yeah, welcome everyone. Hopefully this isn't a Windwalker that rage leaves for the third lobby in a row. Ooh, we might actually get to play a game. Nah, I don't like Trickster at all. It's okay with like some Kyrian builds, but at the end of the day, Nimble Flurry breaks CC constantly. And it's just clunkier in general. The smoke bomb thing doesn't actually deny healing. So it's just worse than this. Because you could already permanently apply phased anyway from just properly using secret tech or properly resetting it with slice and dice or evasion or feint. Yeah, this is not a real smoke bomb. It just puts smoke on the ground. You don't get a smoke bomb debuff or anything. And you can already get phased whenever you want to burst, so you don't really need that. That passive is better. And you want 30-second distract anyway for like stopping drinks. Oh, we got big mix in this lobby, okay. Switch my death mark over to Hunter before I blind so it doesn't break. Gouge off that. Vanish because the Ellie's soloing me. Dying through Evage. Pick that. Nice clone. I think I'm just dead. Try to go kill the hunter. Turtles. I want to gouge Druid really bad, but I just can't get there. Do a binding on me. Gouge rest of the Druid's trinket, but we just die to air. I want to go the healer a bunch in this lobby for both healers. I don't think it's possible to kill hunters or warriors. Disarmed into the blade storm feels bad, man. At least I didn't pop my blades or anything here. Saving it. Two disarms I have to worry about. Didn't realize sepsis doesn't activate pre-med. was wondering why my comp points felt clunky earlier. Kill really soon. If we live. I think we're just dead here. Roll the emerald so it doesn't heal his teammates. So the LA can just kill everyone. Could have fit an extra Abyss in there, but I thought I had Secret Tech. Take his little clone thing to deny healing. Yeah, it's basically Dragonflight again, but your rotation's a little different from the hero talent passives, because they force you to tunnel vision more. And then there's more random pets all over the screen. I got all 3 saps. Sapped him. Don't worry for cross. It's armed, but I didn't really press anything yet. Evasion, because I'm dying to air. Cloaking, because Ellie's soloing me. Huge damage for the dragon here. Going back to the shaman. Try and get Ambaro. Might be dead here. Gold the emerald just to deny healing. Yeah, Mag's one of the few functioning warriors that actually thinks about how they press Blade Storm instead of just Zug Zug. Right, you can't take both, cause like if I did this right, you're not going down the middle of the tree to get Macabre. So if you ever go flag, you have to drop Sepsis for Perforated. Waiting out this wall. I'm just gonna vanish anyway. Every button. Duel the Emerald just to deny healing. He's still Blade Storming on it anyway, so. Might be dead here randomly. Oh, never mind. Just randomly soloed by Mag. Okay. Blade Storm for like over a mil. 320, 330, 345, and 230. Yeah, you pretty much still mostly just Rupture Pad outside of Blades, but you're not always dead last on damage anymore. You can kind of pad. Yeah, Fury has Blade Storm. And their hero talents also let them stun people while they're Blade Storming. But yeah, Fury just outclasses Arms. It's way better. Fury is one of the best specs in the entire game besides Frost Mage. All that rescue away from my kidney. I'm just dead here. Nice heals, actually. Or your trinket's aggro to kill my ass. I shouldn't have tried to line my healer. I didn't think he would just kill my whole life bar twice over and trinket aggro and solo me through cheat. He literally like 7-DO'd me through cheat. I was like, my healer talked to me, I'm walking out here, I stunned him, and then he just trinket aggro and soloed me. Did not see that one coming. They're all like tiny hits too, it's hard to even tell what fucking killed me. I mean, I guess he had like, I don't know. QWE for moving forward. And mouse. I alternate between mouse and W. Overlap kicks, but I'll cloak this clone if he goes for it. Those are just my blades, but he didn't even go for it. So surprised he didn't stay in bear there, that's crazy. Try to evasion disarm. I think my Ellie's just dead here. I have disarm for warrior, but I'm stuck in roots. I'm dueling like 8. Vanish in 1 resets it too. Have the most damage if we live. Nice. I mean, it's not just a you're every CD available. It means they have to also have nothing, or they need to be in like 60+% dampening. Like, but that's most specs in the game. No one really solos that much anymore. If people just have weak auras and they're like, oh, they pop blades, or oh, they pop images, or you know, oh, I disarmed every warbreaker with avatar or something. You know, like, oh, it's incarn, stun, run, defensively clone, line, cloak. You know, like, if you play defensively, you don't really die in this game. If you know how to be immortal, you win. That's why Waz's team is so good. They never die ever. It's not possible for them to die, so they win every game by default. Even if it takes 10 minutes. Defense is just so much better than offense. Gonna play human on live? I don't know. I might do one human rogue, one night elf rogue. If I intend on playing any outlaw or assault, I'll have to play night elf, but I think night elf is more fun. Depends how popular sub rogue is. If there's like multiple good sub rogues and I'm fighting sub rogue mirrors every other day at least, I'll probably want to be orc or human. But if it's like the only other sub rogue in the universe is Calvish, or occasionally Nick the Rogue, and I go hundreds of games without fighting another sub rogue, and I just only fight outlaw rogues and assa rogues still, then I'll probably just stay night elf. But yeah, like if you're a night elf into a sub orc, it's annoying. So you kind of like fight fire with fire. If you're like a sub rogue purist. Like 90-second tricket's kind of nice, and then so is just not being able to die as an orc. No, there's no PV gear. I mean, maybe the crafted gear, but you still get that from PvP. Might be dead. Vanished his vanish. Oh, that sucks that he still got me out. Probably dead really soon if I don't kill. That sucks. I don't think I should ever lose the matchup, I just played that weird. I never got like a single death mark finished. I kept switching my marks back between the two every time he would sit a vanish. I should be able to like 1v2 that team really easily. And just gave them the opener and I like, yeah. Didn't get the duel on his trinket vanish to just run him down through it. I don't know if he did anything that special, but yeah. His disarm wasn't terrible though. It was more the mage like screwed me over though. Like if I'm giving them the opener and having to trinket, I'm pretty much on a 2-go window to win. Unless I just like sit a vanish forever. But I'm not gonna do that in the scrim. I'm just gonna go in and pop my buttons. Alright, what am I dueling? SP? Okay. DFA'd Fear. Get 2 of this crits because of the Siphene. Disperse. Another of this crit. I would have thought someone with the name Guzzler in their name rages. Okay. Alright, this guy's Brewmaster. Pre-healed his go, but he just stuns me off of the stun. Okay. I just need a trinket. Master one-shotting. Give this crit. Kind of fucked up there by not secret teching. It's fine. I held on to the Abyss crit for the next go. Kill off this, I rolled it down. That's an outlier, right? He triple stunned me. I wonder if Brewmaster would get picked in a certain tournament comp or something. Like with some of those like Dragon Frost DK type comps. Could be really WOD Windwalker DKE. Instead of just doing DK Dragon. Yeah, BG Blitz, yeah. Deathstalker is just better than Trickster, I think. I've gone back and forth. I tried a bunch of different builds. There is like a Cold Blood coup de grace attempted one shot, but I think flag builds are too clunky, and Kyrian is weird because it's just Shadow Strike is so much more important for hero talents for both trees. So it's hard to fit Kyrian in sometimes. It's very Dragonflight Rot kind of based, and you just have more Rupture Pad as Deathstalker, which is a big deal. Pets ever end. It impacts the game, but it's like not exciting because they're still last on damage. It's just, you know, you dot everyone, and that's like 20 to 40% of your dam. It's just dotting everyone. And then otherwise you just wouldn't get them in a one-shottable position or like be able to swap on all the defensive CDs and actually pressure the healer from it. Enhances are really good at like self-healing, but that's about it. They don't really have any mobility or damage or mortal strike, I don't think. If I had longer in the duel, I would have still like recovered in one, I think. I mean, pretty much every even Glider rank 1 rogue just knows their combo points infinitely. Combo points are not something you really need to see. The only time you ever kind of needed to like actually like specify between a certain amount of combo points and another was the Shadowlands having 4 blue points and like trying to hit all the different blue points in a row dart style. But for the most part, you were so flooded with combo points as all 3 rogue specs. From like Roll the Bones, Pre-Med, Blades, Acid just spamming Fan of Knives and having 5 combo points. That you're pretty much just full combo points the whole game of just builder, spender, builder, spender. You don't really need to look at it ever. But they have it displayed. But you just don't need to really look at it. You kind of just know based on how many globals you've pressed. But for the most part, almost every button just gives you full combo points nowadays, so it's just like not that hard to know if you're at like 3 or like 7, you know? It's either you're bladesing and you're spamming, and you're not really thinking about your combo points, just builder, spender, or, you know, you have your pre-med. Like, the only things you maybe can min-max are the first dance talent and pre-med. Where you could be, like, opening pre-med into, like, the first dance with, like, half points into a finisher into, like, second pre-med, and then you basically did, like, 3 finishers as if it was blades. Like, maybe you could do that, but... Fuck the coil. He coiled into cloak also after. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much for the sub, Mutant. I appreciate you. Yeah, I put the combo points on the target frame, like the classic style, but I don't really look at them almost ever. I just kind of know based on how many globals I've pressed. Rogue is really good right now. Obviously in a skirm it's going to be more stompy like that, because there's like no MMR involved, but... We had a couple 6-0s today, and we've had a lot of lobbies where we go 3-3 also. Where it's just like a healer diff or something, but... I don't think it's as good as like Fury or Frostmage or DK or Ellie, but it's still S tier. It's really, really good. You're usually not top damage, but your utility, even with the kidney nerf and the gouge nerf, is still really good. Feral is really, really good. A lot of people put Feral above Rogue even. It's not just like the overtuned damage too, they're just... Feral's really fun. I'm gonna play a lot of Feral, I think. Like FMP and Dragonflight was just more fun than RMP anyway. Cause I would rather Cyclone people and kind of make it God compy as a melee than just play a 10-minute Asa or Outlaw Arcane. Hopefully Sub Frost is good, or like Sub Arcane or something, if Frost gets gutted. They've been doing some individual PvP tuning. It's pretty similar to Dragonflight, but it is what it is. I'm not playing this arm. That's awkward. BT, the big eviscerate crit. Blind is 5, yeah. They did that in Dragonflight. And then they gutted Gouge to 3, and then they made Kidney 30 seconds, and yeah. Yeah, blind is still 5. So the only way you can get a blind sap is if you pair it with like a kick or a stun. Or like smoke bomb or something. You have to kind of like make an outplay to actually get a blind sap. Which I don't mind sometimes. It's better than every healer just religiously trinketing every blind and that being the script of the game. Of like, oh, I'm going to hold on to blind all game till they have to trinket and then blind them no trinket. Or, oh, I'm just going to trade blind for trinket on CD and they're just not allowed to have a trinket for any other go. I think that was more toxic, so I'm okay with like being more excited to get a sap because oh I did a cool smoke bomb or a cool kick or a cool stun. I think the main problem with like the CC nerfs is like how bad Poly and Fear are. And how bad sap is. Cyclone is like the only good CC because it's the same duration as all the other CCs, but it's not breakable. It's not even about like cloning to deny defensive CDs or healing. It's just like it's the only CC that doesn't get tab broken by 5 million little AoEs and dots. And doesn't get dispelled. I kidney blind a lot, yeah. That's like the main part of like your kit. Because you want to get blind on CD before your vanishes. How you doing, Cap? Yeah, I would gladly get rid of triple DRCC. If that meant they go back to 8 to 10 second, like polys and saps and fears and all that. Yeah, I sap off it all the time. Just higher level people just don't let you combo up the blind though. They just CC you and stuff. It's like more interactive back and forth. Or the teammates just break every blind. Black outline, it's better Blizz frames. It's like 80% of my UI. It's the dark mode borders, it's the party cast bars, it's the combat indicator, it's the old school combo points. It's the certain buffs and debuffs being prioritized in the front and highlighted. It's most of my UI. One of my mods made it. And the import to my settings for it are in the Discord. Yeah, thank you again, Mutant. I've just remembered now to retype you up, but I appreciate it. Putting us at 12. I don't know why I can't dance right now. I don't know what causes that. It only happens in duels, it feels like. My dance is just randomly on CD even though I have charges for it sometimes. That really messed up my opener. Ice wall actually affects the duel. That's fucked up. I think I could have killed there. I had blades, everything. But if I miss the the skirm queue, it's gonna kick me out of my shuffle queue. Can't risk it. I need the safe queue, like timer on how long I have to join. Question: how do you have this much HP? Sorry, I didn't see that, captive. It's because I'm playing max level on the beta, so everyone here is literally max level of the new expansion with full season 1 gear of the new expansion. This is like the test realm for when the season will actually start in a couple weeks. We blocked even though his altar was fine. I'm just testing it out. I kind of like the more verse somehow, though. My vis rates don't seem any lower than when I had 87 mastery. I don't know if mastery is bugged or something. Awkward that I advanced into that. I kill this guy in like 3 seconds. I like how he types out, well, fuck, after he triggered it and I vanished. Why human? 90-second trinket's just really good. For like sub rogue v sub rogue. Same with like just being immortal as an orc in sub rogue versus sub rogue. But in any other matchup, Night Elf is better. And then if you intend on playing any Asa or Outlaw, Night Elf is better. Nah, Night Elf is still mandatory if you're going to play any Outlaw or Asa. It's just for the sake of variety and like if you're trying to cheese other sub rogues. Human and orc are good. If you're fighting fire with fire, because they are, you know. But in general, meld is more fun anyway, because human is kind of just passive. Whereas if you meld like a Stormbolt or a Coil or something, it's fun, you know. And it's just an extra way to peel, an extra way to get nullifying off, an extra pre-med. Like Night Elf sub is not bad by any means, just because you have, you know, more dances and vanishes and stuff. Like, you can still get a lot of value out of it. I think everyone PvPs on the these go to 11 or whatever is the name of the server. I just went faint just because cheat death's on CD. So might as well grab some value, you know? You always kind of secret. Because it's an extra way to do a finisher towards the Deathstalker stacks without, like, wasting your finality. And it buffs your other finishers from the tier set. And it's an extra stack of Macabre. So it's like open, get up Rupture, Kidney, send a secret, do your first Eviscerate to, like, get finality and everything ready. And then, like, on the restuns, you do your Darkest Night, you finished your stacks, guaranteed crit with, like, finality and everything ready. And the tier set buff from doing secret. So it's kind of like Rupture, Kidney or Rupture in any order into, like, secret, get your Sepsis off, restun Evis, restun Evis. Take a Vis crit. He stuns into my cloak. Take a Vis crit. Think they changed it to 1950, but it doesn't look great. It's this holy fire thing. Yeah, hopefully they'll do multiple enchants per expansion like they've been doing, and, you know, one of the 3 or 4 is good. There's also two different bat mounts data mines for Forged Gladiator. People were thinking they were Horde and Alliance different colors, but I think it's like maybe gonna be from like BG Blitz you get one too or something, or from Shuffle, I don't know. Okay, I already dispersed. Yeah, you have to craft your own gear. I mean, you can if you have like if you level the professions on your alts on the beta, you can kind of do it for yourself without having to level it on every character. So like my mage did tailoring and jewel crafting, and then all the rogues did NG in one thing. So like my night elf rogue is like NG leatherworking, and then but the vendors have all the materials to level, and it just takes a couple minutes. I think this one's like engineering and blacksmithing. But yeah. Generally you play wound and crippling still. Unless there's like already a mortal strike in the comp that you're playing. And then you can play deadly, but you don't really play 4 poisons anymore on Asa, I don't think. Or at least you didn't in Dragonflight. I don't know. I don't think higher rated players ever need a gear advantage to be punching down. I think like 2200 weapons and stuff is really toxic. There just needs to be more rewards in general. So more people play. Whatever keeps the game from being dead. Might actually be dead soon. Not sure how my honor talent didn't go through, I guess. I just needed OP cloak for the karma. And double vanish, but normally you shouldn't be able to lose to a Windwalker. Kind of kite them and then one-shot them and then kite them and one-shot them. As long as you could just OP cloak the karma, you're fine. Because if you have to like vanish hide from the karma and some random dots just pull you out, you're kind of screwed. How you doing, Trimus? I think just pick any class in Blitz, but just pick some random PvE team fight class like DK or Ellie, and you know you'll do good. Whoever gets more of the PvE classes just wins. It's a literal gambling bracket. I don't think there's an amount of like ninjaing nodes you can do that'll actually carry a game. If your team loses every single team fight because you're like Rogue Hunter Warrior and they're like DK Ellie Warlock. Even if you make 2 or 3 people come back to deal with you trying to ninja over and over again, chances are like your team is still losing the team fight because there's one guy like overly fighting on the roads anyway. That just negates your advantage of like making multiple people come back for you. You don't get that League of Legends split pushing tower effect where like you really feel that it's like, oh, I made 3 people come top. Now we get like a 4v2 bot lane. You don't get that. Because there's just always, you know, half the people who are just brain dead at like the wrong nodes and stuff and fighting on the roads. Even in ranked. And I guess that happens in League too. Where the enemy jungle is literally hard camping you. And your jungler doesn't take any of their camps or take dragon or do anything. They're like, ah, I'm gonna do Krugs and then scuttle and and it's like, bro, their jungler's literally been in my topside bush for like a minute. Like, do something, man. That's just the nature of any solo queue game, though. This is the beta realm. These, it's called like something about 11. It's like these go to 11, or I think that's what it's called. But yeah, this is the PvP server for it. I've tested a little bit of that side, I just don't enjoy it. I'm sure it'll be viable, and I'll be sad that it's viable. Hopefully the specs don't get nerfed enough that it becomes the way to play. Or it doesn't get unnecessary buffs. It's not playing rogue in my eyes. Guy is a Brewmaster monk. They actually can one-shot. Not sure why my dance is on CD. Even though I have 2 charges. This bug only seems to happen in duels. I don't know what causes it. It really messed up my opener though. Should have secret tech for the this crit. We're getting the 1v2. Try to disarm in case I need it, because it doesn't show me what I'm fighting. I should have just stayed non-smoke bomb. I was actually so close to killing him there. Oh, the Feral did 10 million healing. I thought that was all the Ellie off healing, but that was actually just the Feral self healing. Frenzied regen did 6 mil. That's crazy. Well, 5.5. I mean, I almost 1v2'd. I don't know if I would say hella weak. It's just the game is kind of slow paced. You have a little more rotational clunk going on. Pretty much every spec in the game except for maybe like Windwalker is immortal. I'd say it's still a little burstier than Dragonflight. To forward short CD symbol, yeah. You don't ever need these. Like, it's so hard to spend your energy with T. Short CD symbol is just higher quality of life. The only thing that sucks is losing the crit damage. Or crit chance. For secret tech. I don't know if it's just how much infinite combo points you're getting from pre-med that means you have to press less builders. Like, if you do, like, a pre-med into, like, half build into the first dance, into another pre-med, like, you're basically doing triple finisher without blades. And Fan of Knives is also giving you more combo points with this. So you're just so flooded with combo points that it feels like you have way more energy regen. You have more cooldown reduction, because this is 22 instead of 15. And then you get extra combo points here. And yeah, there's extra combo points somewhere else too, but it's mostly just like pre-med. I've never had energy issues at all. Mention the restun. I think the only times you ever kind of feel it is if it's like super late game and you're getting CC'd a bunch and like you triple cheap shot off like a nullifying and then you get like kited or something. And you're like dying and you like faint and crimson filed after getting off 3 nullifyings and you're like dance charge starved. Like it has to be like the perfect storm for you to ever feel like you don't have infinite energy as a T build. I mean, you still get energy from a tech proc too, though. This just generates 3 additional. Like, tech still gives you 4 instead of 7, basically. Also, people used to play, like, slow offhand, even though it was worse. But yeah, I've never really felt the energy on these two, and I really feel Swift Death. And it also lets you afford replicating, which is good. Gold the Emerald. Tried to cloak coil there. Got all the nulls. I still have my blades. I wanted to press them there, but... Oh yeah, it does like nothing, the execute thing. And this is the thing that breaks CC. So you need to like never death stalker mark the healer. Eventually, I'll play the game. By just going healer again. Cool, so he doesn't heal his teammates. Break my sap for no reason. Typical solo shuffle gameplay. Pick them, you should just die here. Offensively duel here for CC probably. Think of this crit. I would go smoke bomb here. But the dragon can just rescue out of it, so I'm just gonna go DFA instead. Since I don't need disarm with the hunter being on my team. Maybe I could DFA a coil, maybe I could follow a port. Playing faint or two death. Okay, I'm still faint. Good to know. Could be a little less greedy then. Flat my kick, feels bad, man. Might have to duel defensively here. I don't need to. Locked, not just get soloed, but I'm dying anyway. Cloak in 1 second. Just got that by the skin of our teeth, man. He died to like the next dot tick. Thank you, Miax. I literally just change it to the Zaryu layout and I don't change almost anything. I just move it where I move it. There's no way to import a Serena. I think maybe the only other thing I change is I think that's it. I have like the dynamic icons off or whatever. I guess that's it. Go back disarm for the hunter. I get flared. Pet stun first globe. I got 2 out of 3 nulls off though still. Gouge the last null. Cloak the fly stun. Probably not worth it, but Storm Hunter on the CDs. Can you that? Got a duel here. Getting you into a blind. I'll just blind first. Ooh, that's awkward. Might be dead this global. Evasion in 3. I have cloak for this haunt. Got the nulls off. Not gonna on-use this because I'm gonna save it to line up with everything else. They need the true shot though. Maybe I'll dual healer defensively though to not die. Time stops himself for no reason. I need to just spec out of disarm. Oops. I dueled because he pressed Emerald. I shouldn't have Shadow Strike Mage there. I just moved my stacks. Stop the poly though. Might be dead here. Chillin'. Nice sleep. Alright, do we get the sixer? You might just die. Not like this. Got the nullies off. Big kid need to go dragon in a second. I have every button here. I think I can just kill. Oh, I should have just dueled to not get sheeped here. I always try to hold duel too much against dragons for emerald. We're gonna die because of that. I would have killed if I just dueled. Blind mage to save. Disarm that. Actually, I think we're fine. That was our emerald though. I just duel now though. Even though I don't really have any dances. Nice, they just kill without me. Ooh, we like that little 2400 little push on the beta. Okay. Does this actually change the elite set at all? Did I unlock that helmet and that's it? Alright, what's the tabard look like? Well, that's kind of juice. I see, Sherman. Thanks, man. That's what we're here for. I love how it just says rank 0 instead of rank 1. I didn't even know you could get the tabard on beta. I haven't seen anyone wearing it. Do I log on the Night Elf rogue now? Do I leapfrog on the beta like the biggest scum rat? Even better than rank 1, true. Yeah, it's usually like Shadow Strike Kidney or Shadow Strike Rupture. Sometimes I'll Shadow Strike Rupture into Shadow Strike Dance Kidney to use the points from first dance. And then I'll dump the pre-med and then I still won't Blades. And then I'll either get CC'd to death without, and I'll be happy that I didn't pop Blades. Oh, the Elite Rogue didn't go to my Alt Rogue. Weird. Nah, there's a couple people that are 2-4 already. I've heard like, I think MVQ and like Raikou and a few people. And Magnus. They've all been pumping. All the Mage, Frost Mage and Fury Warriors with like a 90% win rate. The tabard actually kind of matches a little bit. I'm all for some purple. Handle the Subrog opener better. Subrog is really good right now. I think it's just like how your teammates stop your nullifying from getting off, or you dragging me to bad spots to get your nullifying off. And then somehow not having your emerald get countered by duel, but that's kind of impossible. Yeah, there was also 2 prezes last lobby, right? So I don't know which one you were. Yeah, you should kind of be on opposite sides of the map as the marksman hunter the whole time, so it's like really hard for me to go you and then also be able to like swap on Ross or also be able to go stop true shot. Like whenever I'm fighting like Chun on marksman, he's like beyond Cubsy mode. He's like 2 pillars away the entire game, max range. Just laying traps at his feet, so if I like try to step peel him, I just get trapped. I just kind of just play on opposite sides as a hunter while still being able to heal. Even though I know you have shorter range as a dragon, but... Nah, you don't really want to open with cheap. Because cheap shots are too short, especially on Orc, to like do your rotation fully. Unless like your stacks are like halfway over and like kidneys on CD and it's like mid-game kind of thing. Like, you need to Shadow Strike to start your Deathstalker mark. It used to be you could, like, pre-finisher the mark, and you'd be able to, like, cheap Rupture Strike, and you'd go straight to 2 stacks. But since you can't do that anymore, that was, like, one of the nerfs a couple weeks ago. You kind of have to just open with Strike always. And you could either Strike Kidney or Strike Rupture. Yeah, let me dual box the beta. Beta isn't early access. The beta's been going on for months. Big Max, thanks for the raid, man. GG's on that lobby earlier. Welcome, everyone. We're live 6 days a week. Got a couple more days until the expansion actually starts with the whole early access stuff, but yeah. It's 3 p.m. West Coast on the 22nd for early access, and then 3 p.m. on the 26th for the official launch. And you can't do everything you want in the early access anyway. There's like a certain amount of honor you're allowed to farm, and yeah. But at the end of the day, even if you don't have the early access, like it does not matter unless you're like trying to do professions and like play the economy and play the auction house. Because there's gonna be 2 weeks until PvE and PvP properly start. So unless you're like trying to level 5 million ults, and I think people are saying the first character takes like 6 hours, and then ults are even quicker. So there's not much you gain from early access. You kind of just you hit max level and you go AFK for 2 weeks, and then you work on the next character, I guess. Should've just killed the Pharaoh. It's awkward because he's gonna build a second block now. Hypo's over. Big Aviscrate dies without using second block. Blind this guy's trinket. Oh, I don't have blind. That makes more sense. I thought it somehow missed because of the root. I can meld sap this guy though in a sec. Okay, dude. I don't know how I didn't get that sap before you read. Might just be dead because of that. I'll lose my Avis crit. Yeah. If I got a bandage tick off there, I would have been fine. Yeah, there's like nothing really to do. You might as well watch the cinematics. Unless you're trying to like farm gold or something. Or like literally do like 10 plus ults or something. If you're like a world first raider doing splits or something. Or a full-time streamer, a PvPer that wants to play every single class in the game for shuffle. On week 2 of the season. You know, like if you're not going to pace yourself, it's going to be like all PvE stuff for like ever. Because the arena season, so like early access, Thursday, right? Official launch, Monday. Arena season starts on September 10th. So what do you need gold for? Even if you have a million characters. It seems like people will make more gold PvPing too with the Warbound honor and... Bro, I have like 300k. You're better than Pika Rogue? I mean... He multi-classes more than I do. He's usually got way more synergy with his teammates, because he's been playing with his teammates forever. I switch teammates like every other season, practically. It's pretty impossible to measure. And we have, you know, pretty different playstyles. I would, most cases, put him above me, yeah. I definitely put in more effort, but effort's not always rewarded. Sometimes effort is just you outplaying yourself by overthinking the game. But, you know, I don't, you know. Who's better is usually just personal opinion stuff. He does better in tournaments because he's had the same team forever. I always have like a YOLO healer, except for Juxie. Juxie was insane. Either way, we all know the best rogue is neither of us, or Wes. The best rogue is obviously Mercator or Peo. It's not even close. Maybe even PS0. Okay. In the bids? Yeah, I mean, he invented the throwing auto attack rogue, dude. It's the Bulgarian sniper. He's got like 500 confirmed kills. You see him flying at you with DFA, you know you're dead. Good progression from a newbie player. Well, what do you mean by a good progression? Like your seasonal goal for rating, or? I mean, that's just subjective. So that depends on how much natural talent you have and how much effort you're willing to put in. Just do some VOD review, compare it to streams. That way you can, like, if you don't actually rewatch your gameplay, it's kind of everything's hindsight. It's you're not actually going to learn that much if you don't review. Did I relog onto the same rig? Oh no, there we go. Any blind sap? Sure. I always get able to mix it up off of like DR blinding off of a different CC, or just blinding off of a teammate's CC, or a kick, or like smoke bombing it. Like, I do enough mix ups because it's like less obvious for people to peel it. Not sure how I didn't apply Deathstalker mark on that first Shadow Strike, but the world will never know. I'd still get this. No, he's out of it. Sorry, this game was too short to do it. But I'm not just gonna let a Warrior Zerker rage the sap, and the Priest already stunned. Try to get it soon though. Fundamentals, positioning, DR management, how well you just do your PV rotation, how immortal you are by just not inting your defensives. Like, just recognizing that someone doesn't have an offensive up and just greeting at 20%. And like, oh, I'm at 40, I'm kind of scared. Oh, never mind, this guy has no blades. I don't have to respect this bitch. Like, having that mindset a lot. Like, just knowing how to be immortal. And just knowing how to do damage. And then, you know, the rest is like CC management and stuff. Yeah, synergy is a pretty big important thing too. Like, rogue, it's kind of your responsibility to shot call for the whole team. I like mages that like also shot call and like having a team that shot calls with me, but I don't like having to babysit people that hard, but I'll Stormbolt in a sec. Got it. I don't know what the fuck just hit me for 80% of my life bar there. Secret tech into restun big abyss crit. Fucking melded that guy's Stormbolt and then I just blinked in a tenth of a second. I went from like 80 to 20 on his charge. I don't know what he hit me with. Oh, I just missed the shuffle key on the other rogue. I didn't hear it over the duel. I'm trying to blind the Stormbolt this time because I don't have meld available. I'm not gonna on-use this go because I don't have blades. I'll on-use the next go though. Send the Abyss crit. I have meld for the next Stormbolt. I'll disarm when he gets to me here. Ban for the healing. Had like a little bit of like lag there. The Abyss rate didn't go off how I wanted it to, but we built the crit ready. I have a disarm. Pop my heal. I have the Abyss crit ready. I just killed this guy in 8. I have blades, everything. It's a clean vanish too. Somehow I didn't have secret tech for like 1 second. There we go. Thought I did. It was kind of awkward. Alright, we got a shuffle. I've raided a few times. I don't really enjoy PV. I do like 2 GDKPs a week on cata. And I used to parse back in actual Firelands, but... And there's a couple expansions I've done keys for an advantage in PvP and stuff, but... And in BFA there was some PV gear I had to get, but I just... To me it's just an obstacle that improves my chances at PvP. And I don't like when it's forced on me. My UI is not set up properly on this. I have like 2 beta accounts and my UI is not set up right on this one. Is what it is though. It's also way lower MMR. It's my first lobby on this character. Finish. Targets. Arena nameplates. No. That looks right. Dodge the hex. Vanish for another kick in a second. I don't need to anymore. I have kick here into a big blades go. Need to unbind space jump, or shift spacebar. It doesn't pull up the scoreboard. God, high rated lobbies are so much more fun than this Pepega melee cleave stuff. I did top dam though somehow, because everyone doesn't have their gear and stuff. Take a Viscrit, might just die. And someone rage quit. I guess it was the enhanced with 0 CR that was going 06. At least we get a higher rated lobby. If this declines, I take the other one. Oh, it sucks that this repopped. I would have rather played the high rated lobby, but I didn't think it was gonna repop instantly. I have like a GCD tracker thing built into details on the other WoW. I just haven't set it up on this one yet. I figured dual boxing queues would be quicker, probably. Got life swap already. Why am I dying, man? That was way too close. John's gonna lose his mind. I mean, Big Mix has been losing his mind, man. Or at least that's what Twitter's been saying. The one meme I saw where it was just I forget if it was Dilly or who said it. I think it was Rat himself that was just like, I can't believe Blizzard's turning him into myself. I don't blame him with just how much AoE bullshit just breaks CC. Like, explosive shot looks so triggering. We're all gonna lose our minds if they do PvE meta 2 Electric Boogaloo the whole expansion. I need to do one more finisher to get my crit. The Emeralds, I'll just duel to deny healing to his teammates. I kicked him, he just dies. I use ZX and C for Focus Arena 1, 2, 3 macros. It does almost nothing. Even if you're slowed the entire game and you keep consuming it at like 2 or 4 stacks, it's like less than 2% of your dam. Not even. It doesn't seem like it does anything. Even if you stack it all the way to like 30 and you got kited for like an hour and you played awful to let it even stack that high, it's like 100k or something, I think. It's really bad. No duel for the Emerald, feels bad, man. Oh, he just killed the DK. I wanted to have fun and solo the Pharaoh. Wah. We love smurfing. Pre-paints up the rogue for no reason. They clone the paints up. Love to see it. Pre-paints up the other guy too. Oh, this guy's terrified. Haven't even done anything yet. Build ultimate penance, send all my buttons. Oh, my low Mamar lasted all of one lobby. Nice. I make a 5th rogue. I go on Feral and Frost Mage. I could try doing the auto attack jump though again for you if you want after this game. So. No, kidney's not longer. It's still capped at 5 in PvP. And it's 30-second CD. And it's still on GCD. Those are just PV changes. The 8-second kidney is in PV, not PvP. There's no compensation for the nerf. And they nerfed Gouge too. And they nerfed the burst by 40%, and they nerfed this by 20%, and they nerfed the healing too. But it's still good. Like, you're still S tier. You're just not as broken as Fury Warrior, Frost Mage, LEDK. But, and you're probably equal to Feral. But, yeah, Subburger's still an S tier, I think. I hope it remains good too. I'm so bored of Asa and Outlaw all the time. Outlaw is just too much RNG for me. And then Asa is just, you don't care enough about CC. It's just not even playing Rogue. Going good, McLaughlin. How you doing, man? Oh, I triggered into the stun. I might get 100 out. I was too greedy. Cool, so we can't swap. Being weeb detected. Got another lower rated lobby. Got a trinket there. I think my guy's just gonna die though. Imagine getting dispelled one time. Oh, the name? Thanks, man. I almost actually had that playing both games at the same time. Old man? Ah, man. I'm not trying to hurt my brand, dude. Everyone that plays WoW is old, man. I still got the APM, that's all that matters. How you doing, by the way, T-Dales? It's been a minute. Nah, I didn't really take the mantle till like season 8. I was a duelist in season 7 and season 8 on a dead server on a dead BG. And then cata was my first glads and mop was my first rank ones. It always had the H. And it never didn't have the H. Got a sap priest there, he was out of combat. I might smoke bomb him to get a sap. Instead combat. Gouge and it breaks. And a big avis crit here. Got a lot of CDs there, but we might just die. Picked up penance. To a kidney. A lot of damage here. Big avis crit. Alright, now we gotta prevent this priest from going 0-6 if he doesn't rage quit. RMP should be a good enough comp to do it. I don't know how a priest loses to an adaptation holy paladin, but you know, it is what it is. It's funny because when we lost the first round, he typed terrible. But I think he might have just DC'd. I think he rage quit. So the lobby's probably gonna end. Unlucky. Maybe we could 2v3 without him though. Invasion the axe toss. Big bear. Surprised the lobby didn't end with him DC'd though. It's kind of crazy. Oh, now it ended. Okay. Like a Vis crit. Picked him at low HP again. Too bad his passive little pet proc healed through it. One of the vendors just has the... I think it's like the PvP vendor itself. It's like a yellow looking item. I'll try to find it after this duel. Show how focus? Sure, after this duel too. So I have like focus 1, 2, 3 macros, like these, that are just like bound to Z, X, and C. And then like at the duel, how I focus the pet, I have a mouse over focus, which this one's bound to like caps lock. And that's just whatever my cursor's on. So if I'm like dueling a warlock and I want to like focus his pet to like stun the pet so it can't stun me, or like mouse over focus so I can kick like seduce on the succubus, then I do that. But that's like for 1v1s and battlegrounds and stuff. 99% of the arena, I'm just pressing ZX and C for focus 1, 2, 3. And what the numbers mean is if you have like Gladius or S Arena or just the arena frames, they go from top to bottom. So Z is number 1 at the top, X is the one in the middle, and then C is the third one. And then for crafting, you want to get... Trying to find it. I just have too much shit in my bags. I want to get these. Enchanted Gilded. Should be on the PvP vendor. But no matter what item level you wear, it scales to 632 in Arena on the beta. Everything scales up and down. So that's why you can wear the PvE tier and it's still okay. In duels, it won't scale, but yeah. No, I use S Arena. Gladius is like really buggy. Yeah, wants to test if one of his pets pulled me out a mile away. Okay, so yeah, this pet just pulls people out. Okay. What if I'm way over here? I think it's just the initial summon of it. Oh. That's good to know. No, I had to level professions. So my main rogue is like engineering and leatherworking, and then my alt rogue is blacksmithing and engineering, and then my mage is jewel crafting and tailoring. But all the mats are there to level it, and it just takes a couple minutes to level it, since the game spoon feeds you all the mats on the beta. Yeah, I crafted everything myself. Kill the Siphene to get another crit buff. Asian him stunning me. One more finisher and then I can go back Breeze, but he already died. this quick, so I'm triggered in aggro. And someone already rage quit the lobby. That's unfortunate. I was excited to play the game. Since I already have Deathstalker mark on him, I can actually open with Cheap Shot. Which helps a lot because he's Orc. Have evasion off this, should be fine. Gonna farm dance charges off the pets. He should just be healing himself to full right now. I don't know why he's just sitting there running around. I'm not gonna unuse this go. I want to save it for the real go. We just kill this guy in a sec. Do I wait on blades? That's the truly lame thing, but maybe I just fake open. See if he wastes anything. Kind of sketchy to go for that, but actually, you can maybe die here. He caps me out of my restealth. I still have subterfuge to sap him on that though. I mean, gotta make the Qs pop somehow, man. But 8 PM. Like a Vis crit. The binding shot. I have to take this cute. Oh, I think I missed it. That sucks. That's gonna kick me out of the shuffle queue, I think, too. Nah, PvP target dummy has never been accurate ever since they made them. You do like twice as much to the PvP target dummy as you do a real player. And you still like 8-second kid do the PvP target dummy too. So it's like really, really inaccurate. Like none of the nerfs are in on it. But yeah, it's not accurate. I don't know what that. I think Waz's movement's like even more crisp. Same as like Calvish's and a few people. Try getting a tinier like 60% layout keyboard. Like my keyboard's pretty tiny, even though I have big hands because I'm like 6'2", but I'm getting an 80% layout keyboard soon. It's just, they keep delaying it, but the Wooting 80 I get in like October, so. Cause I miss having arrow keys. This guy doesn't have any gear. Maybe good. Yeah, curing on a player is like 800k to 1.1 mil. And then Abyss goes from like 3 to 4 mil to like 900k. Even with Darkest Night. PvP target dummy is not accurate at all. Like a guide? I mean, I want to, but yeah, things are still subject to change. Might help skill cap with some stuff though. And then I'll try to do my own stuff after that. I want a YouTube play button, but I don't do anything on YouTube. The struggle is real. Besides like occasional multi-streams to YouTube. I don't have an editor anymore. I suck at editing. But I just gotta get better at it. Can't wait till we have the actual launch though. A couple more days. Early access is literally Thursday. Don't want to duel a healer, but literally every other person out here is just AFK. Kind of crazy. Try to look so you wouldn't trap my trinket. This one declines, I'd take this one, but I kind of want to just play the high rated lobby anyway, though. Maybe I just let this one go because it's a shorter queue anyway. Unless I queued into myself. Oh, I did somehow. That's crazy. Even though this one's like 2-4 MMR and this one's like 2-1 MMR. Dead beta? Because we have like 2 days left. It's the same PvP realm everyone's on. It's just there's layers on the beta. But it should be these go to 11 or whatever is the name of the server. On the beta. But yeah, everyone goes to Westfall because if you play in Elwyn Forest, you just lag on the beta. Got Raikou in here, unless it's not the real one, I don't know. It's kind of late if it is him. It is Frost. I don't know if it's him. He's been on that arcane kick. Good DFA actually. Dragon counters smoke bomb too hard. And I don't need disarm. Gonna open the dragon. mage. Block. Killed the Siphon, which gave me another crit buff. And we just go pump the dragon again. Take a Vis crit. Block the stun by dragon. I would blind here, but the guy's in frozen orb, so I can't. Getting run. Blind now, though. Breaks, of course. I have to break that. I have to defensively duel or I just die. I have to T to forward the duel because I'm the one time I've ever been energy starved ever. Kind of a weird game. I need for more CC. I think we're just dead here. Does Mistweaver reverse dragon diff? I think it's just a 6-0 healer diff. I can play Smoke Bomb into the monk though, I think. I just DR blind the dots off to get a sap here. Then redot him to go him. It's annoying. Actually gonna lose. Maybe it's not a 6-0 heal diff. I tunneled the guy too hard. This is still one-sided. I vanish in 3 seconds. As long as I don't die this global, we win. I have cloak, I'm just being greedy. we're bad in War Within? I don't think so. I think it's not the best spec in the game, but it's one of the top, somewhere between top 5 and top 8 specs in the game. It's the low S tier. It's good. It's really only worse than like Frost, Fury, DK Ellie, and maybe Feral. Keep switching my death marks around too much. I need to like actually commit to finishing them. Sub is probably the strongest of the rogue specs. I'd say Outlaw's probably the middle, and then Asa might be the least. Asa might still be better than Outlaw. I'd say Outlaw and Asa are both high A. Outlaw just has no burst, and it's a lot of RNG, and then Asa is just boring. And it, you know, it's still a little squishy, and it's just kind of clunky, and you're just praying that people stack up and get AoE'd, and you know, you play the same playstyle as Dragonflight. And you also just hope there's not a billion bleed dispels like dragons. Well, give it a script. I have cloak still. I guess I have to press it. I didn't want to, but now can we get the monk his singular win? Because he's not a dragon. It's not even his fault. Dragons are just the only good healer. Disc is kind of close, but that's it. So what good we get? I think so. But it could just keep getting nerfed as much as it has been. They nerfed gouge duration in CD. They nerfed kidney cooldown. They nerfed the damage quite a bit. Generally still wound deadly. Or wound crippling. You don't play 4 poisons. You only play deadly if there's already a mortal strike on your team. Cloak in 1 second, but I might be dead here. Spamming it. Life swap, nice. I have a vanish if he dispels me. Spamming it. I got it off. We got the monk on the board. Thank God my cheat death worked one time for the one time. I've never seen cheat death work before. We'll take it. I'll see if we get the monk 2 wins. Sometimes I just get an extra combo point because I clear the witness. But most cases, Shadow Strike is probably still more damage there. If I'm not like doing blades or anything. It's just if I'm down bad for combo points. And I have a proc. It's like energy efficient to finish out my combo points. Awkward that I stunned there. Blinded the wrong one. I don't want to blades here just because on use in like 4, but I might be dead either way. Nice, you got the life cooking off. I think I just pop everything now. Stun or no stun. I just send. step the mage to get there. Another Abyss crit. I duel defensively to not die. Hopefully my teammates live. I have cloak, but... Victim. I'll gouge the next cast into a kidney. The emerald, so I don't have duel for it. Feels bad, man. I think I need to go peel really bad. Poking. Very greedy with how long I held that, but... Gouge the one that blocked that grab to DR blind him. I have Vanish in 1. Oh, that sucks. I had Dance in 1, Vanish in 1. I almost lived there. The queues are still infinitely long. At any rating. Low rating or high rating. Like, maybe in the very middle, there's like an okay window if you're queuing at like prime time. Like as everyone's getting off work and school. But if you're like 1600, the queues are gonna be really long, and if you're like rank 1 range, the queues are really long. You kind of have to be in the average sweet spot. Dancing the water alley is really stupid. Because it expires when Blades ends, or when Veins. I've cloak in literally 1 second. I got it off. Oh, I vanished in 2. I'm just greedy. I didn't want to dance. Thought he died there. Greedy PS only? Nah, that'd be terrible too. It just needs to be melee range healer, and even if the queues for melee get even longer, and they just need to make it a best of 1, and then just make the gameplay like way more fun, and just just give way more rewards, and then boom, people will want to play more. And even if melees have, you know, a 20% longer queue than everyone else, you're still kind of getting a similar number of games per hour overall by just healers getting out and doing their part, rather than people hoarding the healer 6 times in a row. Also makes it harder to win trade that way, since like Shuffle is like notorious for win traders. Maybe the casual healers will go to Blitz, but I don't know. don't like that I opened with cheap shot. I dueled because there was going to be a gap there. I didn't want him to get the vanish off, but... Where this guy's playing human Asa. It's not good for Asa. What's up, comfortably guarding Asa? I would say so, yeah, thankfully. Which means I can actually have fun for once. Probably just what I usually play. RMP, Rogue Lock, Rogue Hunter, I think everything. Rogue Boomy, whatever's good. Whatever I have people wanting to play with. Looks like I double vanish this, but... Use Clear the Witness, sure could start if you don't have any combo points. Yeah, exactly. I think even in that situation, Shadow Strike is still probably better. Unless you're hitting, like, 3 targets. Because Shadow Strike is 3 combo points with Improved Ambush. So if you're hitting 2 players with Shuriken Storm and having a Clear the Witness proc, that's breaking even with a Shadow Strike. So yeah, you'd have to be hitting like 3 players. So it would just be if you're like not in Subterfuge at all, usually. I don't know why I like to press it during Subterfuge, it's probably a bad habit. This is like the new Elite set. I mean, I'm not wearing the helmet, but... This is the new 2400 tabard too. The enchant's kind of shitty though. I guess I'll fake open. Ballad the Rogue opening on me. I'd tap him in a sec. Couldn't. That Mel just broke his ankle so bad in the opener. My bad, dude. It was brutal. This crit. Another this crit. Dead. Yeah. I think I'm already high MMR and shuffle on this one even, so it's taking forever to get a solo. I wanted to do like one more to end on, but I'm getting a little fried. I got some IRL stuff I gotta do, so maybe a couple more duels and skirms. If I can't get another shuffle in like the next 5 minutes. Snell's still gonna be best. If you have any intention of playing Outlaw and NASA, yeah. And it's just more fun than Human, but I've still been playing a lot of Human. And my main on retail right now is Human. I have another Abyss crit because of killing the Siphene. Yeah, you just need the third van. Alright, nice. We get a shuffle to end on. Hell yeah. Sub is S, I think. Yeah. Barely. Like S and Outlaw are like high A. But sub will probably get nerfed more anyway. People hate sub rogue when it's good, so I wouldn't count on it. Everyone likes to just communist have the PV specs be better. Like within 1 month, it will probably get gutted, but you know, it is what it is. I hope it lasts the whole expansion, because it's been like a decade of me wanting it to just be able to main it a whole season and do well in a tournament with it. That's why like Dragonflight beginning of season 3 was so fun. The one cup and like the solo shuffle tournament when sub was OP. That was heaven. I waited so long for that. I mean, I guess Shadowland sub was good too. Even though Outlaw was kind of better for a lot of that too, but hopefully my Feral doesn't just die here. Like a Vis crit. Maybe sap out of the clone. That would have been DR anyway. At least he sacked. I blades everything for this next go. My Feral's probably gonna die here though. I DR'd my shit. Definitely getting fried. This is a good lobby to end on. Might get a re and sap out of this clone. Stays combat, but I'll get outage even though he has Moonfire. I got the Abyss crit ready. Rest in peace, my blades. I didn't get to do much with it. Nice beam. Try to kick the Tyraels. I didn't get it. He clones over my shit for no reason. Got free walls, evasion before I get stunned. He didn't have leg sweep, but I thought the Feral was gonna stun me. Kick that. Dueling defensively, even though I don't really have lethal here. I'm not gonna pop my own use, I wanna save it. Karma. I could just die here. How you doing, Lava? How you doing, man? Tracking DRs on yourself? Diminish works. You just have to get the one that says, like, updated or fixed by Jasa. And then it works. Like a Vis crit? Alright, just randomly explode it. Awkward I didn't get to on use here, but my stuff's not gonna line up that well now. And I had duel off that too. Possibly, I mean. You had like a month to do that. Since the game is finally starting in a couple days. That's kind of what I've been doing every day is just dueling and queuing. Since Kata's kind of struggling right now. Until the end of the season. I need to crack my neck so bad, but it won't crack. It's driving me crazy. That's good. It's pretty good, yeah, even though it keeps getting nerfed. Awkward game. Thought I could get like a ninja sap on the Pharaoh there. I just don't want to use anything yet, but I have to. It's awkward. Just didn't have my Deathstalker mark up. Kill with duel here. Oh, I guess the clone. Got trinket there, nice. They landed CC on my healer, so I need to just van. Clone again. Get cloned on all my CDs, feels bad. But he just kills the Feral on his own. He might. I get cloned because I was like 1 yard out of range of kicking that. No acrobatic strikes, feels bad, man. Get that one though. Went over for the kidney. I vanish in one. I don't get the half sap though. Ooh, that incap gives me another little sap. Do a DR cheat. Do I just go duel this guy? And I just get leg sweeped in the duel? Feels bad, man. The only reason I'm kind of energy starving this round is just because I've been using my... I haven't been teeing because I've just... haven't gotten to play much this round. I'm getting like double Cyclone so much. Getting cloned on this. Should I get there in time? Nice. Just kill with bomb in a sec. He gives him precog at the worst fucking frame. Literally one right here if he didn't like int me. Don't want a random gouge. World of Micro Shuffle Pisscraft. Spell density. I think you have to set it to all if you want to see the Boomkin beam. Not solar beam, but the War of the Worlds Illume. It's not Fury of Illume. What the hell is it called? The War of the Worlds beam that just follows you around the map and lasers everything, scary movie style. That breaks CC all the time. You have to put that to everything if you want to see that. Which is kind of annoying, but it is what it is. Guy dies in the open. Okay. That's awkward. I thought I would still be able to sap that. Even if it was DR because of the smoke bomb. I was just really greedy to go for that. If he switches to clone, I think we can just kill here though. Oh, let's get. Oh no, he just rage quit. I love healers rage quitting on a beta. My MMR. Crazy that Blizzard has said they've gaslit us into saying they fixed that twice in the last like 2 years. Because they said they fixed this in like season 2 or whatever, and they didn't, and then they said they were fixing it going into War Within. And everyone is still just abusing leaving. But yeah. That was a long queue and didn't even get to finish the lobby, but we got a nice 7.5 hours in. We've been playing pretty much every day. The game finally comes out in a couple more days. Thursday is the beginning of early access, and then Monday is the official release, and then Arena starts on the 10th. And then end of Cata Season 1 is probably end of September, because Firelands comes out in October. If not, the beginning of October is the end. So there's still a lot of downtime on Cata. But yeah, I'm going to go do some IRL stuff and get some food. Sorry that wasn't the best lobby to end on, but... Wait, did we just get another pop? God damn it, I might have to do one more. The power of having 2 WoWs open. So I wasn't going to justify waiting 30, 40 more minutes, but... We'll see. If it declines and doesn't repop insta, I'm out. Okay, it took. I gotta run the ad now though, so it doesn't get in the way of the other rounds, because I only have 1 snooze. What do we got? I don't know who Freelo is. We got Envy on again, okay. Saved it all for next game, okay. RPS. RPS is back. Is this the move? I think he had Ross, I guess, like 'cause my Avis didn't crit. Even though I had the guaranteed crit proc. I guess he had Ross. Hopefully they can purge this altar time off. The full lay on hands altar. Do a kidney into blind sap here though. JK has a Shadow Fiend out. Still gonna blind anyway though. They'll purge altar time this time. Nope, he does a DR lasso instead of purging it, so he gets a free lay on hands. It's still purgeable, right? They didn't like ninja change that. Has to be. There's no way they would change that. Might be dead here. I have a vanish in 1 second. Held that. Okay, I don't have meld for like 8. I think I'm dead here. I had blades to farm my dance charge back, but I needed to just stay on the pillar after he linked me. I just kept hitting whatever's closest, walking back in the middle of the map's kind of troll. He didn't exactly like stay at the pillar with me either though, so. This guy. Will I get dispelled? Nope. This crit. I got into this crit from killing the Sight Fiend. First. Got the shaman on the board. Hell yeah. I was accidentally disarmed too, instead of bomb or DFA. Fuck the binding shot. Flash shield. Got a lot of CDs there. That was really good. Got trinket and turtle. Another YOLO sheep, no death. Crazy. That was life swap in the SP. Hopefully my mage doesn't just get soloed here. Lightning shot doesn't hit me somehow, okay. Vanish just to reset my disarm. It's not that good of a go for me. I knocked. The Vis crit, man. I just need to move my character. Thank God. Yeah, there's a guide on how to do it on my Discord, but you need to basically go into OmniCC, make a new theme, and then connect the rule to that theme, and then customize how the settings of that theme is gonna look to like spread it out more and to but yeah, that's all like listed on how to do it in the add-on channel. Swap because the other guy's not a northern. I swap shaman. I was gonna kill the Shadow Fiend to get another Vis crit, but it expired already to someone else. After I get this Death Marker stock off, I can just get soloed, I guess. Go send my Vis crit on the mage. Gonna block. Disperse. I shouldn't have sent the Abyss crit into Disperse control. I just figured I'd refarm it. I mean, I guess I have an Abyss crit again already. But I did like 3 finishers into the Disperse. Might be dead here though. Sun Mage on his blink in for Snowdrift. Alright. Dead air, that sucks. Yeah, calling points from Deeper Strat and Secret Strat. It's been like that since like Shadowlance. And then if you mean how I'm getting so many combo points, it's either how they've reworked Shadow Blades or it's pre-med. I'm doing like an opening pre-med into like first dance into like a dance pre-med. Give this crit. I'm gonna swap the Shaman really big, he can just die. If I ever get out of these roots, get the wall off. I think he still dies. I gets the link off. And he had Rope Sacrifice from the Hunter. I might be the one that dies here though. Oh, that sucks. That should have been just a 6-0 for the Hunter, I think, but I don't know. That was so close to me living there. Alright, I'm gonna end on that though. At least we got some quicker Qs dual boxing. I need to do that. I should have been doing that sooner on the beta, to be honest. It's just crazy I've had to remake 4 rogues and a mage and a feral just to be able to keep queuing the beta because my MMR goes up too fast, but at least we got to see what the tabard looked like today when we get really high on the beta, so we had we had 3 or 4 6-0s today. So we're pumping. But yeah, I will catch you guys tomorrow.